Hello, everyone, and we are live. And this is the going to be the time Trump will address the nation about some things, the election stuff, and it'll be soon. We'll see how that goes and make commentary about it. It's nice to see everybody here. And let's see. Shout out to Doe and Grace, Passion, and everybody else. Okay. Yeah, AI scared. Yeah, so, and yeah, actually, in the past, I was very involved with politics, and I'm then I got into trial stuff. So we are looking at this Trump address, and sometimes in the channel we do talk about political things. We do dabble in it, and so it's something to experiment with on this group, and we'll see how everything goes. And of course, people can have different opinions, and of course, respect each other, be civil about it, and we will see how it goes. It'll be soon, and yeah, I know there's going to be very diverse opinions about this across the board. Pretty interesting to see reactions in the media. Some people think that nothing really has changed. Some people think there is positive change, and some people just think that everything is just not going right. Some people think everything is going right. So we will definitely have a lot of people with strong opinions either way about it. So I hope everybody's been having a good Thursday. Oh, hello, Rulia. It's been a while. Oh, Rulia, you got away from the politics, and as I said, very great to see you again. It's been knowing you for a while, and yeah, Rulia, I don't really get involved with politics that much either. I, and about my trial chat career. I mostly just focused on the trial chat group the past 2 years. That's what I've been doing. And that's been my main focus is the trial chat. So, covering trials and stuff. So, yeah, thank you for watching it with us. And yeah, I just am not really into it either, but it's something that we talk about with this new group here and there. And Passion said, doubling down on the idea of making a legal profile about myself, feeding my LC comments into AI. I got halfway and it started glitching. You are definitely your comments are much smarter for AI to handle. Yeah. Yeah, I was very actually I was very involved with it. You had Timu speakers. Okay. Oh, hello there, Haley's mom. Yes, absolutely, Haley. I hope he does too. Yeah, definitely. Everything that is not good needs to be exposed. Shout out to Kaylee's mom. Yes, I remember you. You have two accounts, Sonny. Yeah, I remember there was the. I know there's two of them. And thank you for confirming it, Sonny. Also, the Unsolved Mysteries group. Nice times. Okay, let's see. Oh, thank you, Doe. Appreciate it. Yeah, so as I said, politics is important to talk about sometimes. We do talk about it here. And I will also say about this channel is we have people here that have diverse political opinions, religions, etc. So it's not like a group where there's just one group thinking all the same thing. So there's different opinions everywhere. So it can get heated, but of course here we people have to say whatever they want to say, but it can be respect each other at the end of the day, uh, and the personal opinions shouldn't come into the way of friendships, stuff like that. I used to do commentary on different channels about politics, and it was cool, and it actually helped gear me for the trial chat era. It's supposed to start in 10 minutes at 9 o'clock. My time is 8 o'clock over here. They're an hour ahead of me. It's supposed to be 10 minutes. It could be 30 minutes. It could be an hour. But it's supposed to be in 10 minutes. I find it easy to comment on American politics, difficult to articulate my position about my own country's. It's easier to criticize your neighbor's lawn. Yes, Bastion. Okay, feel free to criticize our lawn. It's quite big. Yours is big too, but our lawn over here has the spotlight on it around the world. Yeah, Sonny. There's people that I know of from the trial chat, not trial chat, from the political chat communities. Many people lost their family and friends over it, and I do think that you know people do take it a little bit too seriously sometimes. It gets like the Civil War situations. It's unfortunate that people do that. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go this way. All right. All right. Julia said, "Damn, haha, I went away from my mind and went into my art learning more. And Islam, Quran, Hadith, Moses' life, relevant Arabic, UK because I'm Anglophile, ghost stories, China, etc." Oh, that's interesting. Julia. And well, I'm glad that you uh, pursued something that suited you better. And oh, thank you, Sonny. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's just that today the phone overheated, so I couldn't really complete it, the garden line. But we'll do it later on. Yeah, it was because I've been getting the cucumbers have been popping up, and different things have been overwhelmingly been coming from the garden because of all the weather, which is good. Passion said the David McCandless image I shared with the challenge attached was intended to make things less confusing for everyone over there. Oh, okay. That's good. All right, and wonder whether they will be on time. Yeah, Is to see if they're going to be on time is going to be really surprising if they are. But we'll see. Julia said, I grew herbs for the first time, my tomatoes for a third time, also a bunch of flowers for 5 years. Oh, that is excellent. I'm growing some tomatoes and broccoli and a couple of things like that. I have okra also coming up. I have okra coming up too. And so yeah, herbs are cool to grow. Enjoy the hydrogen blaze. Hello, Lori. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, Grace said, I heard the CIA director, FBI director, several other intelligence agency directors will stand behind the president. Oh, cool. Interesting. Yeah, they better be, exposing things and corruption and stuff like that. And I wonder, hopefully no one tries to cause trouble. He's going to be in the Oval Office and all, but is hopefully no one causes like trouble and tries to do something to him. But he's going to be in the White House. All right, so yeah, see you later, though, if you're going. Moki needs an ice cream sandwich. Okay. Yeah, those are delicious. We'll get it to you right away. Sonny says, I grow sunflowers in my windows every year, then give them away as gifts when they are about 3 months old. That's awesome, though, an alien. The first in my yard is a corner house, the base of Rocky Mountain Range, and it's a bunch of rocks. It's hard desert dirt. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. And also, really, I remember when we did the shooting star stream, and that was before the garden lives. Those were different types of yard lives in my yard, but it was a different type of live stream. It was before the garden lives, and that was very fun. We did, and and I've been seeing shooting stars, and I in different parts of the year I'll see them. So yeah, I remember the where you are. So it's great you're able to grow some things in your region because I know it's difficult. Yeah. Shout out to Moki. It's great to see her too. Oh, Sonny, my friends in Georgia can see it. Down here, it's either not there or very faint. But some parts of the country can see it, all the way down south, but not as where I am necessarily, though. I know, Lori, that's how hot it is here. If they had if SNS and the group were covering protests, if they happened here, their phones would just go out. So yeah, that's how hot it is here. It showed me a thermometer, and that was it. Oh, okay, really. Well, I'm glad you did your research about it. And there's even times where I need soil at certain things in my soil at certain points myself. But well, I'm glad that you're able to get the soil to get it done. Yeah, the smoke is very thick. Oh yeah, okay, Grace. Yeah, you could definitely see something. Miracle Grow is very good. That will work. When I first got into planting things back in um around 20 years ago. The farmer told me that spray some Miracle Grow on it, and that's how you get it. It works very well. Yeah, and Miracle Grow is very good. Also, I got to grow some peppers too. Yeah, Moki, I wonder that too. And of course, if he mentioned aliens, that'd be nice. But I don't know if he's gonna mention it. But yeah, he might mention it. Hash says, as a law enthusiast, I gotta just agree with court decisions whether I like them or not. Puff, Alicia Andrews, Eric Foss, Colin Gray. Okay, yes, understood. Yeah, because a lot of times, like, sometimes a jury can make a decision that we don't always agree with, but they make their decisions that they make. Right now, they're supposed to be starting, and I don't know if they're going to be doing it right now, but they're supposed to be anyway. So yeah, absolutely. Lori says I use Miracle Grow once or twice during the growing season or plants that need help. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. And we started putting wood chips in the whole front yard. As I use that in some organic, I have Scott's plants and food too. Oh, okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's gonna be very good for the plants. And it says I live in the apartment, so Miracle Grow works wonders for me. Oh, absolutely. It's like magic, magic mud. Oh, here he is.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nations policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov. This will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide-open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly, and that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026, this is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. and were so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Okay, and that was his address to the nation. All right, so very cool chat. And let's see, Sonny says, imagine having to be citizen in order to vote. Wow, what a concept. Used to be no brainer. Right, exactly. And there's, it's almost like where a world where like common sense doesn't exist with some people. Lori says not one word about Iran. Yeah, that is true. There was no mention about the wars in the Middle East or the other conflicts going on either. And it's true. But look at the documents. I hear you, Mogi. You're welcome, though. I think you're referring to the alien documents. Yeah, the alien documents. It was going to be like a different, like a, it would be like a separate stream for that. Oh, well, thanks for the Jules Bal, appreciate it. Okay. So, but thank you, Moki. That's a good idea. Oh, whitehouse.gov. Okay. You're talking about another type of files. I see. All right. Thanks, Moki. I'll go look in it. And I'll look into it in a moment. Passion said, summary, we're so great. We're awesome. America, visit my website. Also, we're corrupt. I'm releasing proof. Farewell, good night. Okay. And you can't do business with terrorists, though. There's nothing to disclose, my opinion. I can't stand both sides. I don't know that. Oh, I'm missing a lot. A lot's missing. Oh, yes, Smokey. I will look at those documents. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see what's there right now. Thank you, Smokey. Hey, God bless America. Okay, thank you, Zero, for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, and here is very different. See, when I started with my first part YouTube career before I got into trials was politics. Some people in the chat know me from that era of my life here, and that. Oh, thank you, Lori, for the jewels. I appreciate it. And here we have all kinds of different opinions, which is very cool to see. Because usually I would always see it where everybody thinks the same thing. Here we have different opinions, which is cool to see. Okay, and let's see about documents. Okay, and yeah, the election interference will be pretty cool. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lori. And I was on a show where a very big live stream where I enjoyed it very much. It just when I went into trials, I saw people that were on all different religions and different political opinions getting along in one place, and that's why I like the trial stuff better. But yeah, definitely I can see what you're mean. And then when something happens politically, every single political YouTuber uploads the same video. But as I said, here we will talk about politics sometimes. Absolutely, I would be glad to do it here with a different audience, where there's all kinds of different groups. So yeah, we're still gonna talk about politics here. I think that'll be a good idea, and trials and everything else. But yeah, I can understand the frustration with politics. Rulia says, I'm a classic liberal, Jefferson Democrat, all sides now suck. She hangs out more at the right. Understood, yeah. I think there's lots of political corruption in general. Okay. Right. Scheduled by the White House. Okay, context and background. So, an address, schedule, and topic election integrity. Expected claims center on potential access voter data. Press Secretary Caroline Levite stated facts will be in the speech. Multiple federal agencies previously found no altered vote tallies. Independent assessments have addressed the past claims. Democratic lawmakers have commented on upcoming speech. I understand what you're saying, Mark, and they certainly need to be locked up. In a dictatorship, he could just go throw them in there but there's all kinds of, you'd say in the background that the courts and stuff seem to not have prosecuted them where they should have prosecuted them. But yeah, they definitely do need to be. They have trials for what they've done. I consider principles, not parties. I see corruption, greed, crazy all around the political spectrum. Yeah. Oh yeah, Lori. I understand, and it's like a red pill moment when you realize about the corruption on all sides. Like it looks like the files have been released. All right, White House Integrity Hub. Well, let's see. When you look around and realize that your tax dollars aren't fixing up the community, roads are still busted, and the buildings are old and shabby. Yeah. Okay, we have some documents. Let's see. The summary of select intelligence reporting for 2004-2020 on Venezuela's electronic manipulation capabilities. Okay, let's go here. All right, and Rulia says yes, both sides, lunatic fringe, almost all politicians, a lot of political way, polio, polo, to hate, to fight each other, and everything. Just look and see. They want taxpayers' money. They keep us sick, but well enough to work. Yeah, it's like a prison state. Just look at the corruption in LA City Council, second largest city in the U.S. Prime example of how it's dysfunctional. And did you hear about the massive SNA fraud? Did I hear about the? I don't think I heard about that. No. With the see the Venezuela electronic voting manipulation capability. Intelligence community reporting on 2004-2020 document persistent concerns about the Venezuelan government manipulation of electronic voting systems. and the potential national security impacts for U.S. election infrastructure. The U.S. intelligence established the Venezuela electronic voting systems include the Smartmatic technology to influence electoral outcomes, Venezuela, the 2006 intelligence community assessments, the Smartmatic ties to Venezuela, posed to national security threats, was based on solid intelligence regarding the Venezuelan government intent to influence U.S. politics and evidence of Venezuelan manipulation of their own electoral system. This assessment led to U.S. government action forcing Smartmatic to divest U.S. operations in 2007. Oh, thank you, Lori. Appreciate it. And that's why I'm not having. She said she's not having kids. I'm not bringing kids into this corrupt world. Yeah, I know 10 billion. That is quite a bit. Rivalry is a classic strategy to get people more invested in your brand. Coke and Pepsi used it. McDonald's and Burger King, Nike is very effective. Yeah, it is definitely. Reporting indicated that electronic voting systems contain vulnerabilities that could theoretically be explored by sophisticated actors with insider access. However, while the intelligence validated the significant concerns about foreign linked voting, the technology vendors did not definitively confirm that the large scale electronic fraud was successfully executed in the specific Venezuelan elections, with CIA's baseline assessments maintaining that other factors better explain electronic outcomes than reporting the advanced techniques provided concerning insights on alleged Venezuelan government capabilities and intent, but came from limited sourceage. Summary focuses on what the intelligence community reporting established regarding Venezuela's intent and capabilities to manipulate voting machines both domestically and potentially in other countries. It is not a comprehensive reassessment of all available intelligence in a topic, but rather a summary of key findings from select intelligence documents spanning 2004 to 2020. Venezuelan government interests in the election manipulation. Intelligence sources between 2004 and 2020 reported that Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez has a successor, Nicolas Maduro, demonstrated that the sustained interest in manipulating the electronical outcomes through electronic voting systems in April 2004. Intelligence reporting indicated that Chavez stated this objective was to prevent the re-election of a sitting U.S. president, suggesting the intent to influence U.S. domestic politics. This finding was part of the basis for the intelligence community in 2006. The CIA note assessment of the systematic acquisition U.S. voting systems company has posed a moderate threat to U.S. national security prior to Venezuela 2012. The presidential election redacted reported that Chavez intelligence service include the General Directorate of Military Counterintelligence and Bulgarian intelligence service worked with National Electoral Council and Smartmatic developed plans to manipulate electronic election results using pre-programmed voting machines. Redacted reported that these plans called for deploying altered machines to approximately 300 voting centers in traditionally pro-Chavez areas to ensure victory by approximately 1.5 million votes following the election, which Chavez won by approximately 1.6 million votes. Sources report that Chavez congregated his items for successfully implementing the manipulated plan. Redacted in September 2020, reported that Venezuela had developed detailed technical plans to manipulate the December 2020 National Assembly elections using what were redacted according to this reporting, and the technique involved creating the second set of virtual machines that would replicate legitimate voting machines, resulting in the subsequent manipulated data while making votes appear to originate from legitimate machines. Technical capabilities and vulnerabilities. The redacted CIA analysts assessed in 2006 that certain capabilities redacted regarding electronic voting manipulations were technically possible and operationally feasible. Specifically redacted that voting machines, a 2013 alternative analysis produced using the devil's advocacy methodology. Oh, you're making a new interstellar jump in a new campaign. That is awesome. He talked for about 30 minutes. I've been thinking about how Venezuela is the number one world in oil reserves, and the U.S. went and took its leaders, albeit corrupt leaders, and then those two catastrophic earthquakes. Scared. Yeah, and I hear you. I hear you saying, Lori. Yeah, and the it definitely needs a different system there, and I understand it has a lot of resources like oil, and America has plenty of oil of its own at the same time, and but still the oil over there is plentiful, and of course the companies can go over there and take it. And I do think they are, the people in a socialistic country are very, in poverty and having problems. So yeah, I'm sure there's a variety of different reasons why they would want to take it, especially it does have nice resources there. Yeah, they're going to delete him. Oh yeah, Sonny, that makes sense. Maduro asked to be rescued from his people. They did an extradition mission. Yeah, because his people are going to take him out. Yeah, that is a good point. Intelligence reporting consistently indicated that individuals with ties to Venezuelan intelligence services have access to election technology and voting systems in 2012. The sources reported that Chavez assigned an Army communication specialist. The CNE provided real time access to election results. Reporting from 2012 also indicated that CNE Information Technology Director described as confidence of the head of military intelligence, expertise, and voting technology. Was responsible for designing protocols for auditing voting software. These relationships provided potential pathways for manipulation in electronic systems. Yeah, there's an issue about having people that don't even exist or passed away voting or doing whatever or having passports. Scared. Venezuela is more vulnerable and resource rich in major chess pieces. I say we don't have as much reserves as they tell you we do. That's probably very likely, as you know, because a lot of our resources may not even be there or been drained out. It's also possible too, like a Hulk McKinn's village. Like they tell us, smoke and mirrors, but it's false. We do have our own oil. A friend of mine had oil found on her property in West Virginia. She gets monthly checks. Oh, that's cool. Because the past administration shut down the oil pipelines in our country, and we had to rely on foreign countries to get oil, especially with the war in Russia and Ukraine. Everybody's gas and everything was going up, especially with Western Europe. People are going to be cold because they needed oil, and Russia has all the oil, and Putin was in a very convenient position because they're having war with him because of Ukraine, and they need him for oil. So now, hypothetically, if it is true that we do have plenty of oil in the United States, now it's been switched back on so the West can have oil. But of course, Venezuela has even more oil. Not more oil than us, but they have more oil too, so why not add that, I guess. So I do think it's probably a combination of reasons. But yeah. And there was a family had some property a long time ago that had oil on it in some other state. And it's just, and a lot of people lost jobs over that. It was just it was silly. Over, I don't know, it had to do with climate change or something, but it just gave people more money and made the people in the West suffer. That's what they did. One problem is a lot of needs extracted through fracking, which destabilizes the substance and poisons municipal water. Okay. And can't even spell incorrectly, spell words correctly. Oh, yeah. And with our exponential pollution growth and wasteful practices, etc. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and the environment's something very important to take care of. And at some point, the a lot of people are not exactly in the position yet to have cars, the electrical cars, and a lot of the electrical cars use lithium batteries, and like the technology is not exactly cut up to deal with the issues with the oil and things like that. I do think that the cows, with the CO2 that the cows have, cause a lot of pollution too. And look, the earth and nature is very important. I also want to preserve as well. But as in this point in time, we do need a lot of oil for the machines we have. See, in World War II, the Reich was trying to get the Soviet Union because it had a lot of oil over there. So the oil in Russia and Eastern Europe was always very valuable to the West. And Putin may like Crimea because he has a water port. Russia would have a water port because they're always inland, right? So Russia having a water port, that's probably why he wants Ukraine, because of water port. So there's always and same thing with Venezuela, has plenty of oil, right? So yeah, there may be a reason why they want to take over a country, but there's also another reason too. Uh, there's Vietnam. They had opium and over there. Same thing. Afghanistan had opium. Back with the British Empire, there was a opium war with China because of the opium they had there. So if it's narcotics or if it's oil or whatever, the country's going to fight over it. And Lori says, "I'm telling you, Venezuela is a chess piece. The powers that be want control of. Okay, and it's an finite resource, therefore coveted." Oh, thank you, Lori. Yeah, I appreciate your take on that. It definitely is a chess piece. And well, Venezuela holds the largest proven oil reserves with approximately 303 billion barrels in comparison to the United States, only 55 billion barrels, 74 billion barrels. Yeah, so definitely the oil is a factor in it. And there might be also a part about them and dealing with a tyrannical government as well. That's also a problem too. But North Korea is a tyrannical government, and they didn't really haven't done a lot with North Korea yet. I don't know if they're ever going to do anything with North Korea. Like North Korea, it's like you hear somebody shot a rocket and they shot another rocket. That's what they basically talk about. And Laurie said the next battle coming to the forefront, especially here in the U.S., is water. Go to BE Earthwatch channel to learn more about that. Absolutely. Shout out to that channel. Wow, that we're still so heavily depending on it. Oh yeah, passion, and I believe that as I said, with the like, if you have an electrical car and it goes out during a hurricane or a power outage, it's gonna be hard to have electrical vehicles. So I just don't know if the technology isn't quite there yet to have the electrical vehicles or whatever it is. But I'm sure over time there's going to be more electrical vehicles and stuff. And people can't always afford them too. That's another thing. And if they have technology that can fix this problem, that would be great. And me doing my garden lives, I like the environment more as much as I like the environment a lot, but the technology doesn't seem to be completely caught up with what they want to do. I do think there are players that want to make money off the climate change, global warming. That's also true. That has to be, a thing. Mark said nobody wants the diamonds from Africa, can't control the Zulu. And you actually, Mark, that's something I forgot to mention. Africa has the most valuable resources on Earth. Ironically, you would even if it's a lot of poverty in Africa, they have like some of the diamonds and jewels and all kinds of things over in Africa. It's very valuable over there. I'm glad you mentioned that. And that place had a lot of course, they had the slave trade too a long time ago when they were trading people. So, and yeah, Africa also they wanted jewels and things from that area back in the past and probably even now. They wanted and they traded people as well, unfortunately. So yeah, you have the colonialism, you could call it. If they're doing it now or before, they always, there's resources that they wanted. Yeah, and I do believe there could be other motives, like they probably were trying to stop communism spreading, but why they want to stop it spreading? So they want to stop the Russian influence. It's a so yes, I do believe both are true. I believe there's like a resource reason that they want their resources to benefit their country, and they also want it maybe to take out a bad leader or make a better political situation. That may not be true, but I think both may be true. One may be more true than the other. Okay, so let's see. Sunny says the population needs to be reduced regardless. There's not enough food meat demand. That's why the food is fake. And yeah, I do think a lot of times, like you could fit the entire population of the world in LA. I do think there could be players that want to reduce the human population because it's easier to control. So I don't know if like the statistics of it, but definitely there are people that would want a smaller population of people because we would have to be careful that there is a elites or something like that, like Bill Gates, that might want to take control of everybody. So I would be concerned about the what somebody would do with a smaller population of people, or if it was declining. Now, I do think they want to feed us things that are not real food and give themselves the real food. For instance, during COOF 19, you had a problem where all the elites came out and were talking about, wearing a mask and wearing gloves and wearing goggles, but they're not even doing that themselves. So I'm a little bit skeptical about things that they say and what their intentions are behind them. Okay, here I am. It's been a while since we've seen me. Okay. We all see me in the garden lives, but it's been a while since we've seen me. Okay. I'll read everybody's comments. All right, Alien, you're right. We don't have electronic vehicles or infrastructure to support them figured out. Sonny, thank you. So many people do not get it. Just step the world population growth curve it is, and Sonny, humanity just thinks that it's rabbits pooping it way too many times, and let's see, way too many. If you scrub your fruit and veggies, you will see the dye washes off because it's fake. Yeah, see, in my garden, that's not a problem. But okay, the cucumber looks like a pickle for some reason. But anyway, it's pretty cool. I Yeah, it's good to see you too, Saw. Yeah, this is what we usually have during the eclectic streams, and usually during the trials, I don't show myself because I want to just focus on the content of the trial and not distract everybody. But because we might look at Alien more than the trial. Especially if some of these defendants are kind of scary looking. Scared. A nice scary body again. Yeah. And yeah, but exactly, Sonny. I do believe the food is fake. Absolutely. They need to give us, if we are going to lower the population, they need to give us good food, normal, regular food. Yeah. Some theories have projected we're capable of growing to such an extreme number that we only have 12 square feet each on Earth, the only species that doesn't seem to have a cap. The Passion says, okay? Thank you. I say again, world population when I was around 7 years old was less than half of what it is now. That is not suitable, and we see evidence of it daily. And Sonny says, cut a red onion on the cutting board, purple dye will be left, plus the onion doesn't make you cry. Well, I need to grow onions, by the way. I have wild onions in my yard, but I need to grow some more onions. That's not what we were talking about, but something I just remembered. Exactly. No natural predators, and we have to remove and limited to natural environment control. We'll check. Stuff learned about pollution is carrying capacity of environmental open my eyes. Feed us crap to keep us sick and dependent on medicines. Big. Oh yeah, I think big pharma definitely does a number on the truth because a lot of times with big pharma, they make just like we're talking about Venezuela with that situation. It's very lucrative over there, so they make a lot of money by keeping people sick, but they have to keep them well enough to be able to work and whatever. So that is something that I think is very true, and it's a big monopoly they're making off of everybody. The stuff I learned. Okay, let's see. They feed us a crap. Okay, and we do have predators though. The aliens that abduct us in our beds. Yeah, I do believe. Yes, I definitely do believe that humans can be predators to each other, and I believe that humans do things to the aliens also abduct us too, and there's also cryptids and things like that. So combination of those things are aliens, cryptids, humans, a lot of predators we do have, not as many as we could. Big pharma is linked to China because our drugs come from there. Oh yeah, that's a crazy thing about that is that our medicines, our some of our food, a lot of our resources completely come from China, and that is absolutely crazy, especially with our issues with China, with our different ideologies and our tensions we have. Yeah, everything we have pretty much comes from China, even the medicines and stuff. So we're really just kind of like reliant on them in a way. When I go to Walmart, I am actually aware that there are just too many people here. Yeah, and Sonny says, whenever I go into Walmart, I am always leaving in a foul mood. It's only Walmart that does not move me. Walmart in the country actually Walmart out in the countryside. Like when I went to Walmart in Mississippi, it was awesome. I liked it, but there's less people there. That's the thing. There's less people there, and war limits a population. Another reason it is encouraged. Right, 98% of them come from there. Scared. They want to go poisonous. They could. Maybe they're doing it now. Oh, and China is the largest population on Earth, in my opinion. It's one of the largest if it's either the largest population or it's one of the largest populations. And Moki says Walmart aisles are way too close together. Yeah, and that definitely is. And there's also the murder aisle in Walmart. For those that don't know, in trials, a lot of the murderers like to go in murder aisle in Walmart. So you have that, but yeah, they are too close together. But when I was in Mississippi, they had a lot beautiful aisles of all these like my family didn't hunt, but there's hunting camouflage, and I love wearing that. Those mossy oaks. Okay, and let's see, prescription drugs. Yeah, I hear you. Definitely. I might have had two ice cream sandwiches while talking about our food poisoning us. That's funny. Walmart pissing me off most of the time. Moving shit, corralling us to buy stuff in those ginormous blue cart trying to delete me. Yeah. They're always moving products around. Yeah, it's like musical chairs to them. That's true, especially if I wore that camo, you wouldn't be able to see me because that stuff blends in with the trees. I had the camouflage mask and everything. I just need some of the face paint because you're gonna see a depending how the sun's hitting me, you'll either see when I have like a if I'm in the sun, you'll see either a tan alien or you'll see a snow white alien kind of look lurking there, depending on how the sun's hitting me. And but wearing like the face paint, you know, then I'd be really camouflage. Oh yeah, Sunny, that is true. Definitely. Yeah, it's always somewhere else. She only goes to Walmart because she's a cheetah. She's a cheetah. Okay. Oh yeah, when I go to Walmart, there's a time where everything's like locked up behind a locking thing. One time I needed some spray paint. Okay, so back around 2019, there was an incident where I was going to put a bar in the window because I was paranoid, or it was some safety precaution. I was kind of paranoid back then, but I'm not paranoid anymore. It doesn't anyway. But I was, and there was a thing where the awnings in the house have a light blue because it was from like the 40s or 30s, right? And somewhere back a long 100 years ago, right? So they had these blue things on these awnings, and I was trying to make it match the house. So I've got this like a light blue paint. I was gonna get a light blue paint from Walmart, and it was locked up behind a thing, right? And because the paint wouldn't be as thick. And this dude was on his phone, and I'm like, "Hey, bro, can you open this up?" And he said, "Oh, I gotta get a key." And 20 minutes later, man, I never saw that man again. He vanished. He was out of. He said peace, and he left. He just vanished. So what I had to do was I went to the hardware store, Ace, the helpful place. They've been there since like the 50s, and it was a cool dude that we know them well. The he did his glasses. I remember I wanted a certain paint, they didn't have it, so he was gonna go create the paint for me. It was a little cute little a tin can of paint. It was cute, and he went and mixed up with different colors a custom made paint for me. And he said it reminded him when he painted his bicycle back in the day. So that was cool, right? And I go to it was around Christmas time. Oh, understood, Lori. And I'm just kind of like derailing the conversation to something else, but it's kind of the same thing, right? And so I went and painted it, and it was around Christmas, and all the trees were turning yellow, orange, and red, and it was a nice winter scene. It was very Christmassy. And I go to fit it in the window, and it won't close because the paint was too thick. So it just kind of frozen open like that. So it's still there, it's just like in a storage room. So that was a Walmart adventure I had. So yeah, yeah, a lot of times the things at Walmart because people like to steal stuff, everything's locked up behind a key wall. They're always moving things around. And I'll say this is that vegetables from Walmart taste nothing like vegetables you grow in the garden. They don't taste anything alike. Like cucumber tastes much more sour from the grocery store. Much more sweet from a garden. So the taste of these things are just unbelievable. Broccoli, everything is just a completely different taste. But I do believe with the big pharma, they with cancer, different things, they all the people get cured and they do get treatment. I think a big reason about this is that they want to yeah, pain is sneaky like that, right? What they do is that they want to keep the money coming in, and I think that is a good possibility. And to find the corruption at its root, would not be the easiest thing to find, but it's there. Like it's like the Alien Files, right? Like they'll show a black and white picture of something from 10 years ago or 30 years ago or 40 or 100 years ago. How about 80 years ago, right? Or the a little dot in the sky. They have showed some interesting UFOs, but it's like the thing is like to really find like a skinny Bob hanging out in a room talking about his philosophical concept. To find something like that, we really, have to dig deep. Like the KGB footage. All right. Mark said tobacco is more healthy than lettuce. Now, and tobacco's also it's Mark, with the way they do with all the pesticides they put on those plants. It's probably true. And of course, I just said it was a joke, but it's just a disclaimer. But yeah, with all the stuff they put in those plants, and they basically put the. I'm not trying to ruin people's appetite, but it's like they put it like preserving something that passed away. They basically do that with the plants, like the crops you eat. They preserve it. You know, for a long time. Then they give it to you. All right. Passion said, "I built this ship for combat, and smuggling. Everyone is offering me construction missions." Oh, that is cringe. That is cringe passion. It's like kind of like a. It's like, bro, really? Yeah, you'll see that. We use tobacco plants for research at OSU. Oh, that is very cool. Very cool. We had a tobacco educational day earlier, and it was fun. Before the phone had my phone had a heat stroke earlier. Chinese tobacco has uranium in it. Oh, I'm sure it does have uranium in it. It probably has all kinds of different things in it from other worlds. Yeah. All right. Sonny says admits the half-eaten honey buns and half-drank monster drinks. Can I find my product? Exactly, Sonny. It's like they show you every single product that you need, except the product that you need to get. Oh, Sonny said so. There's tobacco in tomato plants and eggplants. That's probably why my guinea pig's addicted to it. Oh yeah, they're both nightshade plants. They belong to the Solanaceae family. That's what they're related to. Oh, they can't eat the leaves. I didn't know that. All right, I am back. I have returned. I have returned. Okay. All right, so we're going to look on something. I'm gonna use this instead to look that up. Okay. She said Sol un asi. Going to look this up again. Crashed my system. I'm still here. Well, that doesn't want to cooperate. Well, we're going to have to use this other one. Okay. So spare me a moment. But yeah, they're both in the Nightshade family. Okay, let's do this. All right, here we go. Okay, and she said something before. Let's see. The Chinese were putting melamine and toxic compounds in the countertop cheating manufacture process in our toothpaste. Yeah, to put that in there is really messed up. Because China is like are politically an enemy. I don't know what Clinton was the one that came up with the idea of the Chinese thing, and it's not a good idea to have trade with China because they want to destroy us. So yeah, and the pigs can't eat that. Okay. So on Asi. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, so uh, I heard the matchsticks sell well in China. They use them to keep eyes open. Oh yeah. Oh, nicotine's an eggplant and tomatoes. Okay. You might want to use Google pronunciation. It can convey it. It's Latin. Okay. All right. So here's the explanation. So they both are members of the that family. The flower structure, they feature radically symmetrical flowers with 5 merged petals. Both species naturally synthesize powerful alkaloids. Tomatoes actually contain trace amounts of nicotine, the primary alkaloid in tobacco. Grafting capabilities. You can successfully graft a tomato stem into a tobacco roots to grow a single hybrid plant, often called tobacco. Yeah, See, Lori, earlier you told me it was just E at the end, so that's how I was pronouncing it that way. But you're saying now it's CE. Okay, I see. Thanks. Grafting capability. You can and pest vulnerability. They are targeted by the exact same pests, such as destructive hornworm caterpillar. Their DNA sequences are so similar that the researchers frequently use tobacco as genetic model to study tomato traits. Potatoes, eggplants, bell peppers, and chili peppers. Okay, I could see pepper plants being related to them. And deadly nightshade. She said I could just say nightshade family. It's okay, Lori. It's very difficult. And I'm doing Timu pronunciations. So eggplant contains nicotine, and they actually have the highest concentration of nicotine of any common vegetable. Sonny says guinea pigs can't eat nightshade leaves. I didn't know that. My mom had guinea pigs when she was little, so that's a fun fact to know. Oh, thank you, Lori. According to science published, eggplants contain roughly 100 nanograms of nicotine per gram vegetable. Oh, that's very cute. Three guinea pigs. All right. The According to the food science data published by eggplants contain roughly 100 nanograms per vegetable. Remember Fonzie from Happy Days? Yes, I remember. I remember him. He would say A. That's the A in CA. Okay, thanks. Yes, very good example. Their goal is to make you like China. When they say jump, they say how high. Ah, okay. So try to make us reliant on China. According to the food and science data published, and one average cigarette contains 12 nanograms milligrams of nicotine, about 1 and 2 milligrams actually absorbed in the smoker. Nanogram is a millionth of a milligram. You would have to eat 20 to 40 pounds of eggplant in a single sitting just to get the nicotine equivalent of smoking one. Oh, thank you, Lori. When I grew up, I watched vintage shows. And if that may not be the word, I'm serious. Like shows from the 50s and old shows and newer shows from the 80s or 90s or 70s that were newer and the black. So no, I grew up watching stuff like that. And sometimes in school, I would wear the grease jacket, and it's kind of similar to like what he wore. Appreciate you, Lori, and thanks for the like tobacco, tomatoes, and potatoes, eggplants belong to the nightshade family. These play natural synthesize nicotoid alkaloids in the seeds, tissues, and natural defense system with trace amounts of nicotine taste, incredibly bitter to bugs, acting as a built-in non-toxic pesticide to keep insects from eating the plant. Hilarious, Mark. Yeah. I know of younger people have knowledge about things that not that they should be knowing about. So yeah, I'm glad that I got to have a front row seat to coolness. Nano Nanu. Yeah, that more Mindy. Alien, I'm the same. I loved hanging out with older people as a kid, so I saw reality of old shows, movies that were before my time. Oh, that's awesome, Lori. It's a good trait. I never actually seen Gilligan's Island. It was the first time hearing the song when I wrote that parody week or so ago. Oh, Passion, I've seen Gilligan's Island a lot. Yeah, it's a cool show. Hello, Jeremy. Good to see you. This is my pirate hat. I don't know if you've seen it, but you've seen it before. Yeah, it's my alien captain hat. Jeremy's from the Garden Line, so in the same location. I've only seen and saved the Let Us Pray. It might be and something from the garden may have crawled in my head. That might be what it's on my head. It might be something from a cryptid. Jeremy, there's a cryptid on my head. There you go. I've seen Saved by the Bell and those Zach Morris and trash videos on Funny or Die. Oh, yeah. Mark said our first TV was black and white and got photo standing next to it and looked so happy, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, I'm sure when that first came out, it was incredible. Now, growing tobacco and tomatoes in the same location is highly discouraged by agricultural research experts because it creates a massive disease and pest risk. Yeah, so there's diseases, it could hurt the soil, and you get tobacco mosaic virus. Lori said we had black and white TVs. You had to smack like Fonzie sometimes to get them to work. Oh, yeah, that definitely had to be something else. Yeah. All right, peppers contain nicotine and are members of the nightshade family. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks, Passion. Oh, it was Lori. Uh, I'm sure that was very interesting to find out, more things about it. I eat I eat spicy things all the time, so I guess I'm nicotine. I guess the concentration of nicotine varies slightly depending on the type of pepper and how mature it is, but it remains incredibly low across the board. Bell pepper. some of the lowest amounts among nightshades, measuring roughly 0.00009 milligrams, or 90 picograms of nicotine per gram of pepper. Green bell peppers and hot chili peppers have slightly higher concentrations, average between 0.07 to 0.1 milligrams of nicotine through grams per gram. Lori said, I hated lab work, but they thought it was cool. You'd rather be out in the field. Yeah. So, Lori, you saw it under a microscope. I think it's pretty cool. You have to see things under a microscope. From the perspective of a single cigarette contains roughly 12,000 micrograms of nicotine, you would need to eat hundreds of pounds of peppers in one sitting to experience any kind of physical nicotine effect. All right, good night, Doe. Thank you for coming. Even though the amount of nicotine per pepper is tiny, it might actually have positive impact on human health. Neurological studies, including research published at the University of Washington, discovered that people who regularly eat peppers have significantly lower risk of developing Parkinson's disease. Believe that regular dietary ingestion of these tiny alkaloids provides substance long-term effects on the brain. You threw tobacco seeds on dirt, and they grew with no help. Well, that's some magic right there. Where he said, it's cool. Just go to the regiment with data collection and waiting reminds me of cooking. Oh, okay. So you put the stuff into a computer system. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so I didn't know that about peppers, how they have nicotine in them. All right, so I'm back. Sort of. Not really. All right, I was just reading something, but I'm. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. Here I am. Here I am. Anyway, so yeah, tobacco. I mean, the effects of nicotine on somebody with, with the peppers, it doesn't really have an effect on them. like you would by eating those other things. Okay, so that's that conversation, and it is just it's doing its thing. Passion says, by the way, I just remembered that hearing we were waiting to do with Tupac. You remember? Apparently, he's dealt with. There's nothing left on the way August 10th. Oh, okay. Thank you, Passion, for letting us know. I appreciate it. By the way, just remember the hearing we were waiting for to do with Tupac. You remember? Apparently, they dealt with it, and there's nothing left on the way to August 10th. Okay, that's very cool. Thank you, Passion, for letting us know. Yeah, yeah, because with the we will be interested to see how the Tupac trial goes. We'll be seeing it here and the other channel probably too. Okay, thank you, Passion. Appreciate it. Did you see that the guy who got brain implant now can move his computer mouse with the mind? Yeah, that you see that is very cool. Because I think the mind is very powerful and it can do all kinds of things, but a lot of people don't have access to what it can completely do. Oh, Saw Girl, it hasn't started yet. Passion said, so no trial starts on that date in Vegas, but I haven't found Vegas Michael to send there. If we could get a hold of him, we'll send them in there. Sounds cool. During the June 30th and July 1st ruling, Clark County District Court Carly Kearney handed down the two massive decisions against defendant Keith Davis. Admissible evidence, the judge ruled that the prosecutors can use Davis's 2019 tell-all memoir as evidence during the trial. His defense had fought fiercely to suppress the book. Jury sequestration denied. The judge officially rejected the request of the defense to fully sequester the jury on high media coverage. The officially scheduled to begin on August 10, 2026. Following the final pre-trial rulings in late June, Clark County District Court. Oh, hello there, Bubbles. August 10th, the official start date, which will kick off when the jury selection process because Judge Kearney denied that the defense request to sequester the jury will follow the standard high-profile protocols to filter out the media bias without physical isolating the jurors. The trial's duration. Once the jury is seated, the trial itself is expected to move relatively quickly as both prosecution and defense teams have stated they are fully prepared. Unless last-minute emergency motion is filed, this brings an end to the long stirring of delays pushed that the case back from its original start window. Bubbles? The prosecution's star witness in the upcoming Tupac Shakur murder trial will ironically be the defendant himself, Duane Davis. Nearly 3 decades have passed since '96. Drive-by shooting, most of the direct physical witnesses are deceased. As a result, both the prosecution and the defense are relying heavily on recorded statements, authors or potentially high-profile hip-hop figures to build their cases. The defendant's own words, Pete Davis, the state entire case rests on Davis's own repeated public confessions. Following the critical pretrial ruling, prosecutors will present Davis' 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, directly to the jury. The book, Davis admits to being the on-guard commander of the white Cadillac and passing murder weapon in the backseat passengers. The jury will also hear from audio from 2008 and 2009, proffer interviewers with the LAPD, where he laid out the logistics of the hit. Mark said, "It looks like something has been trying to attack our moon craters all over it. Should I get the cannons ready, Captain Arg?" Yes, Mark. Yes, matey. Get all those cannons ready. Here. Okay, the co-author, ghostwriter. Because Davis's legal team arguing that the memoir is a work of fiction, embellished the entirety of the fame and fortune. Embellished for fame and fortune. The book's co-author is expected to take the stand. Testimony. The author will be grilled on how much of the book came directly from Davis's mouth versus the size are fabricated for the entertainment value. Federal and local law enforcement agents. Defense claims that the Davis's early police interviews coerced the argue that facing life sentence during charges under California's three strikes law felt forced to cooperate. The testimony. Lead detectives and federal agents initial 2000s task force will testify on proven Davis's gave these statements voluntary and his detailed knowledge of the crime scene could only have come from eyewitnesses. Wild cards, Sean. Sean Diddy Combs. In the recorded police In recorded police interviews, Davis explicitly claimed that Bad Boy Records founder Sean D. Combs offered $1 million to delete Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Combs has adamantly denied any involvement. Legal maneuver. Davis's defense attorney has floated the idea of calling Combs in the stand. Defense believes that if Combs testifies and calls a liar, it'll paradoxically destroy the credibility of the prosecution's entire tapped evidence. Because the trial has been delayed for so long, the jury will not hear from other men inside the Cadillac. Suspect shooter Davis' nephew, Orlando Anderson, was deleted in an unrelated gang shooting in '98, and other two passengers had also passed away, leaving Davis as the sole surviving witness in the vehicle. Let's see, Bubbles might want something. We'll be back in a moment. I'm back. Cap, you're not going to believe this. We seen a giant jellyfish flying in the sky. Oh, scared? Arg. Well, if it's flying towards a ship, we're gonna have to open fire. Alright, so that's information about the Diddy trial. Now, the court, let's see. Defense will attempt to convince a jury that 2019 memoir Compton Street Legend, work of exaggerated urban fiction, street mythology. So they're going to try to say that the memoir was completely street mythology. Argument: the defense will attempt to about the fictional street mythology and true. They will argue that Davis heavily embellished the role of '96 shooting strictly from a frame of entertainment value and fictional profit. They will use the testimony of the book's ghostwriter co-author Yosef Yah to show that many of the dramatic statements cannot be directly attributed to the actual omissions made by Davis himself. Thank you, Saw. Yeah, R. Yes. Uh, Discredited the police interviews. So, thank you, Lord. Over the years, Davis gave recorded statements to LAPD Federal Task Force. Defense intends to argue that these statements were completely involuntary and coerced. They will highlight that the time interview of 2008-2009, Davis was facing a sentence unrelated to the federal reconnaissance, and defense will tell a jury that Davis fabricated highly detailed secure immunity and detail to avoid dying in prison, make the records inherently unreliable. Grand juries operate on a very low standard of probable cause, but a criminal trial requires the highest legal standard in the United States. The defense intends to aggressively attack the total lack of physical evidence because 30 years have passed. There's no DNA, no murder weapon, no surviving eyewitness from the Cadillac to contribute to Davis' story. They will argue that the state cannot prove their case based beyond reasonable doubt. Attacking the 2023 search warrant. The police revived this cold case after executing massive raid on Davis's home in Henderson, Nevada in 2023. The defense has argued that the search warrant was obtained through a misleading purport, purport, portrait of Davis, painting him as an active, dangerous gang dealer. All right. Okay, so confession platform. On July 2019, DJ Vlad conducted the first major on-camera interview with Keith D. Davis, concluding with the release of Davis's memoir. It was the first time Davis publicly visually detailed the exact timeline of 96 drive-by shooting to a massive audience. Shock collar footage. Highly viewed interclips of Davis openly discussed being the front seat passenger and shot caller and the Cadillac, describing how he handled the Glock handgun in the back seat where a nephew Orlando Anderson sat. Las Vegas Metro Police detective explicitly noted that Davis' extensive bragging and detailed accounts platform like Vlad TV were the catalyst that promoted them take at least run at the case, resulting in 2023 raid of his home, subsequent arrest. Judge ruled that Davis' public confession are fully admissible to the trial, and prosecutors from Clark County District Attorney's Office plan to high definition Vlad TV video clips directly to the jury. So that's going to be now used in this case to prove that he was the one at fault. That he was the one that did it because he was confessing to it. This is some quotes from him. On providing the murder weapon, the core prosecution's first degree murder charge, Davis acted as the provider of the pew pew. During the recorded confessions, he described the exact moment the weapon changed hands in the Cadillac. I was maneuvering the pew pew toward the back seat when my nephew grabbed it. He admitted written texts that summarized the ultimate role of the vehicle. I'm the one who gave it to him, he said. On the act of the drive-by shooting, when asked explicitly by the investigator what happened the exact second their white Cadillac pulled up alongside BMW carrying Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and Las Vegas Spotlight, Davis gave a blunt forward confirmation. Got to shooting. Tracking Tupac down. To establish the premeditation, prosecutors are using clips where Davis talked about hunting for Tupac after the fight earlier in the night. In the MGM Grand on camera, Davis bragged about the mindset of his crew and they drove around looking for the rapper. Quote, if we hadn't seen them, we would have been gone. We just happened to catch them at the light. It's crazy to think about a trial from so long ago that should have happened so long ago is happening now. Well, I'll say with the technology and things at the time, it was harder to catch people than it is now. Although people could still get away with stuff these days, and it's just they were very unfortunately skilled at doing the activity where they're able to do it without really getting caught right away. There's people that are serial deleters they're old now and they're caught, nowadays with DNA. They eventually get caught later, but it didn't happen as quickly as it could have happened. His recent defense paid to lie. In stark contrast to his past media tours, Davis completely changed his narrative following his 2023 arrest. In a direct media interview from jail, Davis provided exact quote his defense will use to fight the Vlad TV clips. He said, I'm innocent, I ain't delete nobody, never did ever delete nobody, I only confessed to my purported role in the crime because I was getting paid to lie. I wonder what they paid a man to incriminate himself like that. I don't know. It's like, do people not think if you're involved in something, and you go confess about it on television, you're not going to get themselves arrested? I just don't know. I don't know what the dude was thinking exactly when he confessed about it on national internet, of international internet. It's worse than national television, international internet. And he basically exposed himself. So yeah, I do think he wanted clout and wanted attention, but he probably was telling what he did. But of course, the defense is going to argue that he was doing it for attention, for money, for clout, for whatever. Because they might say that somebody that's actually committing a crime is not going to go incriminate themselves on international internet. But as I said, he said what he said. Okay, and Bubbles has returned. He's not saying anything. You just hear. Yeah, and there's been great interest. Exactly. So with Big Brother always watching us. Like on this platform, sometimes we talk in code words because it doesn't feel safe to say words that we really mean. Because even like the internet, you have to like watch what you say. But of course, we say what we want to say. Is just that sometimes we think the algorithm's triggered by certain things. Yeah, crimes now are not well thought out. It's just like the times, with the internet and everything. Everything's fast paced, everything is to the point. It's all how that goes. But back then, with the internet, without the internet, it was more slow paced. Yes, Lori like Deke. Yeah, one of my known favorite words to say, and murder. Crimes aren't very well thought out. Yeah, you see, because back then there was no internet back then, and everything was just more slow down than it was before. So it is pretty cool to see how things are different than they were back then. And like Ted Bundy's an example I always like to use because that dude just did all kinds of crazy things in front of everybody and got away with it. It's just no one really expected that it was him. It was just it's a wild story. Like Charles Manson was obvious, but that guy was kind of hard to figure out. And it just the people back then, they just didn't really, it didn't really click. But then the '90s, the when Tupac was assassinated, they there were he was the wrong place at the wrong time at the right time. The wrong place at the right time, as they say, because he uh, got deleted. And yeah, they were able to get away with it. But now crimes are not as well done as they used to be. But I will say, yeah, 1984. Yep, that book. It was a very well written book, by the way. It's true. There was this time where there's actually crimes now they have not been able to solve. There's people on security cameras, they don't really know who they are. They have not identified them. So there's still crimes that are being done now that can't be detected, but it was much easier back in the past to do something like that. I feel that it's like a time capsule with the trial, because it's like there's so many things that are not there that they don't have, and there's so many evidence that would have been brought out that can't be brought out, and there's witnesses that can't be interviewed. Imagine Woody from the YSL trial and something like that. Somebody like him on the stand back in that day would have been really interesting. Because they had the OJ trial that was in that general era, and so the trial would have been televised most likely, but now it's going to be all digital. So like imagine like although OJ is long gone, uh, and he was on his trial and everything, he did his thing. Imagine now it's if like the OJ trial happened now instead of back then. Like that just gives you an idea about how long ago the Tupac thing was, because it was shout out to Mary Toodles. It was like so far back in the past, like from, and now it's all of a sudden being brought back to light. And that's another thing. People think they can get away with stuff, but they can't always get away with stuff. Even if they don't get away with it now, maybe years and years in the future they'll eventually catch them. So that is a concept that take into consideration. That the piper will be paid. And I not everyone is religious. You don't have to be religious even to believe in this, but there's karma or something in the afterlife that people might receive for what they do. Some people think nothing happens, but I think that at some point the universe pays people back what they did. Right. So that would be a very cool trial to look at, and I take a keen interest in the Tupac trial. I mean, I don't even mind doing a whole stream on that, like a stream to a prep stream about it. Like say, this is Tupac and this is what it's all about. Okay, the part of this file that we're talking about earlier in Venezuela. So the September 2020 intelligence reporting on redacted plans provided the most detailed description of the specific technical approach to election manipulation. Redacted technique was allegedly designed to replicate digital hash files sent to the central voting counting database, mimic real voting machines that favor the ruling party, overwrite hash files for voting machines that favor the opposition, and make altered votes appear to originate from legitimate voting machines. This technique would be, in theory, allow the Venezuelan government to monitor and adjust the results in real time during and after the election. The reporting indicated that the virtual machine technology would be employed to accomplish this manipulation while evading detection through standard audit procedures. I see assessments and concerns. In 2006, national security threat assumption produced by the National Intelligence Council evaluated the Smartmatics acquisition of the Sequoia um, voting systems as the moderate overall threat to the U.S. national security. Hello, Liberty. Uh, Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Trump's speech was earlier, and this assessment was based on several factors. Liberty, he was definitely called out earlier, and it definitely seems like he's in some hot water. We'll see if anything happens from it, but he definitely got called out for his role in this apparent corruption. Yeah. Scared, scared. Intelligence indicated that Chavez's intent to influence the U.S. domestic politics and public opinion, reporting that Venezuelan government manipulated the Venezuelan national elections with the Smartmatics direct involvement. The intelligence and the Smartmatics direct held credentials from Venezuelan intelligence services. Open source reported that the corruption relationships between the Smartmatic and the Venezuelan government, yeah, scared, scared. The Smartmatics reported that contracts in approximately 400 U.S. countries, not countries, but U.S. counties at the time. There was a file dump of the CIA documents of foul play with voter suppression. The assessment concluded that the Smartmatics scoopability. Okay, so they were talking about voter fraud and okay, Liberty, understood. They're talking about voter fraud and they're calling out Obama for corruption that, since it wasn't proven in a court yet, what he allegedly caused. He was, uh, it was quite heated from Trump. Yeah, because there's the Iran deal. the nuclear deal that happened. Specifically, the corruption specifically is about the disastrous nuclear deal that he did. To bribe Iran with 1.7 billion in cash, and also the weaknesses too that caused a worldwide depression. But as the main issue that was discussed was the voting systems. So that's what it was about. Okay, the assessment concluded that the Smartmatic's susceptibility to Venezuelan government manipulation makes acquisition potential instruments for Venezuelan officials seeking to undermine the confidence in or manipulate the electoral process in the United States, finding that led to pressure from the Committee of Foreign Investments to the United States that resulted in Smartmatic diverging its ownership of Koyu I in 2007. You're welcome, Saw. In March 2018, Somatics ceased operations in Venezuela after publicly accusing the Maduro regime of inflating voter turnout by over 1 million votes. In August 2007, National Constituent Assembly election figures that diverged from data recorded by Smartmatic's voting machine. This represented a break between Smartmatic and Venezuelan government after years of the company providing electoral technology to Venezuela. The intelligence report contains important limitations that must be considered when assessing what it establishes. Oh, Grace, he's not in trouble. He was just called out by Trump for the Iran deal and voter issues. So he was not, like, literally at the moment arrested or in trouble for anything. He was called out for corruption, according to the president. Intelligence reporting contains important limitations that must be considered when assessing what it establishes. Oh, Lordy, welcome back. First, the 2006, accused. Yeah. First, the 2006 intelligence community assessment concluded that neither Smartmatic nor Venezuelan government had the capability of the level of control access required to manipulate the outcome of an election outside of Venezuela predictable fashion. The Venezuelan government's ability to manipulate the results of voting Venezuela rested in part of its ability to control every stage of the electronic voting process, from initial acquisition of the machines to pre and post voting machine security programming to the storage of paper voting receipts to control of the audit process. Neither Venezuelan government and Smartmatic would have such a complete spectrum of access during an electoral process outside of Venezuela. Second, CIA's baseline assessment regarding Venezuela's 2012 election maintained that large-scale electronic fraud did not occur despite reporting auth manipulation plans. This assessment was supported by pre-election polling showing that Chavez ahead by the approximate 10 percentage points, a 24% increase to government spending before the election. Opposition's concession of defeat and CIA quantitative analysis showing no irregular voting patterns indicative of the systematic manipulation. All right, redacted third, the 2013 Devil's Advocacy report that outlined the plausible fraud scenario was explicitly an alternative and analyst's exercise rather than the definitive finding. The report acknowledged the conflicting redacted report and limited insight into the key elements of the electronic voting system. Redacted for September 2020 reported on redacted and judged the regime did not need to resort to gross fraud to win December 2020 National Assembly elections. Given the virtually entire opposition boycotted and regime had already co-opted the opposition party leadership. Okay, and oh, there's a lot of redacted right here. The CIA notes are all redacted. Okay, so that's that file. Okay. All right, so CIA. So China cyber activities probably prelude to electric espionage. China is probing a presidential campaign for opportunities to tailor collection of gather insight on policy positions on U.S. Chinese issues. U.S. policy on China is the long-standing high collection priority for Beijing. Chinese and cyber actions have conducted such activity in every U.S. presidential election campaign since at least 2008, according to Redacted. Open source reporting. Redacted since Redacted 2018, Chinese cyber actors known in the private sector at APT31. Redacted have targeted the personal email accounts of senior U.S. leadership, including officials, executive office of the president, and high-ranking officials in multiple executive branches, organizations, Congress, and federal judiciary. Redacted since 2017, a separate Redacted has worked with to enable more stealthy operations by identifying email addresses of high-level U.S. officials or requesting that Redacted obtain or crack the passwords for targeting accounts Redacted. Redacted, as of the 2020 election approaches, the IC has detached Chinese state sponsorship cyber actors targeting the former vice president and presidential campaign, probably to gather intelligence that could enable future operations. The first instance of the election cycle, we have seen them directly targeting the U.S. presidential campaign. China has also conducted cyber espionage against other U.S. election related entities. The IC assesses that China does not currently intend to covertly interfere or try to sway the outcome of an election, although this actively could enable such an operation if Beijing made the decision to do so. As of May 20, APT31 actors have sent spear phishing emails containing tracking links to Gmail accounts. Staffers also associated with the president campaign. Redacted on June 4, Google announced that APT31 was targeting the campaign. Google and FBI both briefed the campaign officials in Chinese cyber operation shortly after discovering the activity. Google officials have publicly stated that the spear phishing attempts were unsuccessful. Redacted during the past year, Chinese cyber actors have collected U.S. election-related information from U.S. voter database, polling the data company, political and non-profitable organizations, fundraisers, and adversary organizations for the political campaigns. Redacted. APT31's method of sending tracking links suggests that Chinese operators are mapping out the target network from the following on approaches, possibly including tasking campaign staffers to email accounts in the Chinese military signals interintelligence system. Tracking collect metadata such as classified. Internet activity and system information of the operation can use to exploit the accounts, identify the targets of interest. Redacted knowledge of a campaign off officials' opening system and software would allow cyber actors to determine whether they could quickly exploit known vulnerabilities or the needed development malware to gain undetected access to the victim's machine. If a target opened a spear phishing email tracking a link even without clicking on it, this would confirm active accounts of the cyber actions, potentially narrowing targets of operation. Okay. Executive summary. From around 2019 to 2024, the cybersecurity and infrastructure security agencies conducted a set of technical and operational activities to evaluate the security of certain U.S. election systems. These activities carried out upon request systems owners to operators to include direct examination of election-related software, penetration testing, state, local, tribal, and territorial networks, and incident responding to operations, intrusions into election systems, though his activities developing a strong understanding of vulnerabilities at the time testing affected select election related software products and network environments evaluated by CISA, and every software product or election related network in which CISA identified vulnerabilities. CISA notified the owner of the operations and vulnerable products or networks to encourage them to mitigate vulnerability. CI's findings highlight that the reality to election related software, like the complex software, contains vulnerabilities that require remediation, while past partners with election vendors enabled early identification of security weaknesses prior to product releases. Structural constraints and ecosystems significantly limited the vendors to abilities to patch system quickly. For example, some government election systems certification regimes require no patches be applied to months before an election. These limitations, combined with inconsistent vulnerabilities to disclosure practices, result in election systems being deployed with known unpatched security issues. Beyond software quality, CI's assessment repeatedly shown the IT networks operated by SLTT election officials lack cybersecurity hygiene. Many election vendors' threat models assume strong network segmentation, isolation, election, and systems. However, in practice, election infrastructure is often accessible from general enterprise networks, creating an opportunities for lateral movement by advertising who compromise email systems, user workstations, or other information technology assets. Weak identity management and limited logging and insufficient segmentation exacerbate the risk that the cyber threat actor could access to dispute mission critical election IT components. Overall security U.S. elections is shaped by interaction with three major factors: software vulnerabilities, management constrained by outdated certification regimes, consistent transparency for election system vendors on vulnerabilities and patch statuses. The cybersecurity immaturity to many SLTT networks responsible for hosting the election system. Addressing these challenges require coordinated action across the technical, policy, regulatory domains. This report provides detailed analysis and purposes targeted to recommendations to strengthen election infrastructure, security, enhance the public trust, and resilience to the nation's election interference infrastructure. From around 2019 to 2024, the CIs evaluated the security posture of election entities through multiple mutually reinforcing technical activities. These included, upon request of relevant entities, direct source code and binary analysis of election software, protocol and interference assessment, penetration testing and red team operations against SLTT networks, and response to operations of cybersecurity incidents affecting those same partners. Together, these activities provided CI with multi-layered view of vulnerabilities across the software supply chain, development environments, operational workflows, and advisory targeting trends. In every case, the CI identified vulnerability software, product, or election-related network. The CI notified the owner of the operator of the vulnerable product or network, encouraged them to mitigate the vulnerabilities. CI correlated the vulnerability data, advisory tactics, technique, and procedures. Threat. The intelligence configured weakness, logging gaps, and systematic architectural issues across numerous assessments. SLTT entitles the agency analysis helped identify the security regressions in which modified software re-emergence previously resolved issues. Reoccurring ineffective or harmful attempts are solutions conditions that enabled adversary to exhilarate sensitive data, modify electoral artifacts, and delegate system availability. The intent of the report is drawn from the CI's assessments of the 2019-2025 timeframe to previous assessments by the security U.S. election system, covering not just voting and registration specifics, but software, email accounts, other office IT assets, and documents, included with recommendations designed to help policymakers. Election software security. Automated manual static source code review, binary fuzzing are appraisers, media handling components, data import models, cryptographic implement analysts, interface security testing, supply chain dependency review. While vendors generally view the program as valuable, the model created distinctive disincentives for a transparent industry standard vulnerability disclosure. Vendors benefited from private remediation prior to the release, but downstream ecosystem SLTT administrators, risk managers, and external researchers did not receive clear vulnerability histories or patch transparency. The program was therefore retired in 2024 based on stakeholder feedback, and final reporting concluded to 2025. CI's analysis of the critical product evaluation reports confirms that election software, like any complex system, contains spectrum vulnerabilities, including validation bugs, insecure deserialization, insufficient logging, raised conditions, and leading to unpredictable results. Insecure crypto primitives, privilege escalation paths, and many vulnerabilities were remediated quickly by the vendors before release. However, CI did not independently validate whether the production builds deploy SLTT environments incorporated all fixes. Constraints on security updates. SLTT election officials face difficulties in applying security updates to election software in a timely manner. Most the SLTT officials have minimal IT budgets and cybersecurity staff, and the addition to resource constraints, some elections systems are only deployed for limited periods of time in the immediate period surrounding the election. Others are deployed by longer periods of lockdown to prevent any changes during the months or weeks. Leading to election delay. In some cases, these lockdown periods are maintained by state law. Those state laws may also require that SLTT entities only deploy election software that has been certified by Election Assistance Commission EAC, which may also delay the application of security updates of an update post state's EAC certification. These jurisdictional differences present a fragmented certification ecosystem to election software vendors, and following technical risks, predictability also arises complex environments. Vendors often cannot ship security fixes outside a narrow certification cycle without jeopardizing the eligibility for the upcoming elections. Third-party components. The embedded in election systems, device drivers, middleware, cryptographic libraries cannot be patched at normal modern software canvas. Legacy OS baselines and unsupported runtime components accumulate unpatched vulnerabilities. The absence of secure auto update mechanisms prevents rapid response to zero-day threats. In practice, these constraints produce environments where we're known documented vulnerabilities persist for months or years on production election systems, increasing exposure to opportunistic and targeted threats. The election vendors' reluctance to publicly disclose to vulnerabilities in certified uh, products further limits to SLTT operators' ability to make informed risk decisions, perform compensating control analysis, or adjust architectural segments. National policymakers should encourage harmonizing harmonization of rules applicable to patch management and certification election systems, such as harmonizing would allow SLTT election greater flexibility. Okay. All right, there's an email that was declassified by President Trump on July 3rd, 2026. It says, take a minute and read through the Carlos. That's a very good thing to bring up because I saw that on social media on IG. So yeah, basically what happened with James Franco was he was claiming to see some sort of alien creature in his yard. His thing is very similar to my garden lives, by the way. It's very similar, and I wouldn't be surprised if he must have seen it. But yeah, I'm glad people are reporting about their sightings. But I believe that there are cryptids and aliens out there that we are not familiar with. He might have seen a cryptid of some kind. He calls it an alien. And it may be an alien, but I think it's probably more of a cryptid he saw that just wasn't identified. Yeah, and so yeah, he what he likely saw was it could have been an alien of some kind. You know, as we talked about before, Carlos, that they're going to be interdimensional beings that can pass through one dimension to another. He could have seen an interdimensional being. It could have been an alien scouting around because sometimes they appear. Maybe the UFO was nearby and they went over there to just kind of check around. Another thing that it might be is, as I said, it might be a type of cryptid he saw. Because if he didn't see like an a UFO flying around, unless the UFO was somewhere else and it wandered in there, or it just wasn't detected, it had to be some sort of a cryptid or an interdimensional being, or maybe it could have very well may have been a an alien just scouting out the place. So that's what I believe what he saw. More likely a cryptid, but it could have been the two other ones too. And what he was talking about really shows the concept of the interdimensional beings because they appear like the big flow we talk about in the Garden Lives. We're going to be doing later tonight is that they appear and they disappear. They come in and out. That's why he sees it there with the glowing eyes and it disappears. Actually, there's a neighbor. One of my neighbors saw something very similar with the glowing eyes. So it must be some sort of either an alien or a cryptid that is there and it goes. Yeah. And another thing it could be is a ghost, maybe, or some sort of spirit. Something that I didn't think about. It could be a spirit or a ghost you might be seeing. People might think that might be the most likely one of all. But yeah, it's something supernatural or some sort of cryptid that was not detected. Yeah, that's what I think about what he saw. I think it's very interesting. I'm glad that there's more attention coming to the aliens because there are people that see that all the time. That's what I think what James saw. Okay. Because the UFOs are seen globally throughout the world. Yeah, and Inter, thanks. Yeah, shout out to you, Carlos. I hope everything's going well with you. Hope everything's going well with you. My pleasure, Carlos. It was nice to say my thoughts on that because yes, I saw that. I saw the YouTube shorts about it. There's one of them when he was talking to his friends about it. Yeah, and see, back in the past, people wouldn't take alien stuff as seriously as they do now. But although a lot of people like to say the alien files are not like there's not anything important in there, but It's not what people thought it was, right? There are files that people think about, like killer clowns from outer space type of stuff. That stuff is around, and we need to see it. But people all over the place who talk about in those files, there's thousands of encounters of people seeing UFOs all over the world, and there's pictures of these weird things, and there's videos of weird alien craft that have not been seen. So it's being taken more seriously now because 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it was not taken as seriously. I'll say even 30 years ago. Just so people take it more seriously now than they did before because there's something else out there. And we've talked about, cryptids or ghosts or aliens. And yeah, so glad it's getting more publicity. I think it's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't personally mean if we saw something like that in the Garden Live, we're kind of expecting it, because the way the channel is themed around, we're expecting to see something weird like that. But a lot of people are not expecting to see that. A lot of people are expecting just to see, a possum or a cat or a dog or a Timu or something, but they see uh, that thing. And one of my friends' live streams, she saw a white thing dart behind something, and we don't really know what it was exactly. And yeah, you just don't know. There's all kinds of things lurking, and there are, um, like we talked about with some people, like those jinn, those like genies, those type of entities. Those things be around too. Yeah. So that is what I believe that there's a lot of people that don't expect it. But here we expect the unexpected. I would say most of the time. Let's see. The regional influence focuses on they'll literally cite as support for their argument. Some of the time, report used in the mainline assessment and minority report, for example, redacted actively as being Chinese military, even though in 2020 the IC said that we don't know who it was. Reported described some unit that we were influencing the U.S. in 2020 election, and that the characters electric election influence attributed to the Chinese government that we were concluded on the highlight oversight in the FBI. So, see, we should be considering how long the logical, nonpartisan base on IC makes claims on the others, why engage in influence of the redacted and redacted to promote China's interests. But when they do, it's issue to influence, but somehow not election related. It's same personal doing some kind of activity. And his other email says, "Hi, redacted. Forwarding these comments from the FBI to your awareness that the previously told that the director where he signed off the ICA text that the only changes since have been downgrades of redacted, reporting the DNI's minor initial edits. Most of these we've been over numerous times already, so it's not clear to me if they're backtracking or just commenting on the record." Oh wow, Passion. Well, welcome back. For like an hour. Yeah, we are we're talking about some aliens, and going through some emails that were uh, in that file dump. Trump just released some information on the the election integrity files that were released. So just going through some of the emails. We're doing good. We're getting closer to the ending part, but yeah, we're doing good. The power outage sounds cringe. It happens to me over here too sometimes. And we'll be doing a garden live later on, you know, for the night crew. And Carlos, when I did the garden live earlier, my it was so hot my phone went out. So yeah, we have to. So yeah, nighttime and early morning it is. Yeah. Couple of thoughts on the update on ICA draft, all which center on the minority. Well, Passion, I think something. I don't have anything like specific to show you. I think that from my. Oh, you saw that, Carlos? Yeah. Oh, I think definitely they were doing things that were wrong with the voting. There's things. There's like people that voted that weren't alive anymore. It's like overnight, like in 2020, the dude got like millions of votes. I'm paraphrasing that. All of a sudden, out of nowhere. I think there is probably some foul play, in my opinion, but you know, I could be wrong. But I think there's something suspicious going on. But as I said, I accept it how it is. It's like with a trial, when you get results on something, you accept it how it is. I just would say that I have some questions. It just things don't make sense sometimes with some of these elections. Yeah, and let's see. Hi, couple of thoughts on the updated ICA draft. Oh wow, yeah, yeah, like a sauna. Yep, it's very hot lately. Until we have our air conditioning. Couple of thoughts on the updated ICA draft, all which center on the minority view of some of which you have previously heard from the FBI team. Generally speaking, while we are in. Yes, I got some suspicion. Yeah, it's something to look into. Scared. And generally speaking, while we are fine with the inclusive and the minority view textbook, we firmly believe that the analysis is said to textbooks must compart on the same analytic standards as the rest of the ICA. It's absolute red line FBI. Additionally, we do not support the inclusive minority view in the KJs when without the proper context and the source description and minority view is given parity of the ICA assessments below of the same. Oh, hello, Duke. Oh, good to see you. In the first para in NIO notes the Chinese leaders ARG, Duke, yeah, intended some Beijing's efforts to indirectly affect the U.S. candidates. IC has repeatedly stated that based on the body intelligence, there is no evidence of said intent. And it was awareness of its potential effects to state that bluntly the NIO does without evidence is to support the claim of extremely misleading. In the second para, NIO notes he gives more weight to the several clandestine and Legion reports without any sort of source description whatsoever. By minimizing the source descriptions, clandestine reports from U.S. sources, identified sourcing chains, and minimal track records reporting. Given the same weight as a single intelligence of the identified senior Chinese diplomatic and intelligence figures, as well as the clandestine reports, decision making Beijing a source of established reliability. Records are reporting general reliable of what they're doing. In the last tick, the NIO assesses China may also have encouraged protests. There is no evidence of this reporting. The citations associated with the tick certainly do not support this assessment. This is highly misleading and misinterpretation of the underlying reports. The final para Destin argues that have collection gaps of entities that would probably execute influence operations. This point appears to acknowledge that IC collection demonstrated that Chinese leaders participated in restraint and did not intend to influence the outcome of the election and instead focuses on where collection gaps might miss evidence of the execution influence of ops, argues that U.S. collection did not find what China has actually done. Passion says, due to the power cut, we're all going to have pretend I haven't made an interstellar jump yet, and we have no idea there's only a construction work in the future. Well, yeah, well, you did it, absolutely. And that has been made. The final para dissent argues that we have collection gaps of the entities that would probably execute influence operations. This point appears acknowledged that the IC demonstrate that China's leaders participated in restraint and did not intend to influence the outcome of the election, and instead focuses on collection gaps, might miss evidence, and execution of influence ops. The shift in focus on the NIO, consistent with earlier portions and arguments, argues that U.S. collection did not find what China has actually done before their absence of evidence. Tutti frutti. A flavor of ice cream. Okay, let's see this. Let's see. National Intelligence Council This downgrade version, let's see, redacted. Affiliated with the Russian government are advancing such narratives, U.S. officials and other prominent persons, as well as online, including their personal interactions and audio documentaries, film releases via U.S. and Ukrainian media outlets. These figures are conspiring to intensify the efforts at the election approaches to orchestrate the high-profile corruption scandal implicating former Vice President Biden and Democrat Party of the peak of 2020 U.S. presidential campaign. Their aim is to defeat the former vice president and ensure the president's victory. Some of these proxy actors anticipate that the Ukraine themselves narratives democratic corruption will play a decisive role in the election, that U.S. persons are key to propagating these narratives. I see you, Duke. Here. See cats. I see an orangutan and a flamingo. Back. Since our assessment on May, Russia continues to use the state's media, social media, and other online media platforms to denigrate the former vice president, Democratic Party, U.S. establishment, to promote divisions in the country. This content has largely been favorable by President, but occasion it criticizes has been administration to policies and run counter Russian interests. Russian actors have circulated narratives about voter fraud resulting from mail in balloting and called some the primary voting process rigged by the Democratic Party. Some Russian actors have shifted their focuses on social media, online news sites. Since the last year of Lakat uh, research, the troll farm Russians foreign intelligence services of the main directorates of general staff of the Russian Federation have employed carters of the U.S. and other foreign authors to create anti-American U.S. focused political content on English language news platforms, including United World International. These groups leverage U.S. contacts to seed their narratives more broadly to Western media. We continue to assess the Russia's understanding of the U.S. election dynamic, and assessments of who likely to win will guide the calculus of the election approaches. The ongoing cyber operations can inform or fuel further influence efforts. For example, as of June 2020, we coordinated multiple static government website. We do not know the purpose of the efforts. In July, commercial cybersecurity company believed many have targeted the U.S. political organization, probably unsuccessfully, though we cannot independently attribute the activity. Russia for has targeted and collected information about current and former U.S. government officials, which could leak to the public at any time. China uses mostly enticements and occasionally coercion to extract more pro China positions to punish those whom Beijing views as opposed to China's interests, but also employs the disinformation and critical statements attacking U.S. government handling the C-19 pandemic and other issues such as the closure of Houston consulate in Hong Kong, legal status in South China Sea, and China's efforts to dominate 5G market. A pro-China network of online accounts posted video content critical of President Trump before it was deactivated by social media platforms. Pro-China networks outline accounts posted video content critical of President Trump, and we assess Beijing probably calculates the concentrated effort to influence the presidential election would backfiring other uncertain benefits, but also recognizes critical statements might affect race. A newspaper owned by the Chinese claimed that economic measures in Beijing could take against supporters of legalization, lawsuits seeking compensation for China over C-19 pandemic, many impacts on U.S. congressional races. This first time we have observed Beijing issue public warning that suggests it was willing to impose economic costs that could affect U.S. elections. We judge that China will evaluate the implications of various electoral outcomes on the interests if Beijing were to assess the interestingly downward trajectory of US China relations, threaten China's rise, and could not be dealt with using existing tools. It might attempt to more directly thwart the president's re election, including by leaking information or through online influence networks. Passion said, it seems weird to be trying to capture the Chinese market with the film industry while at the same time consistently accusing them of deception and subversion. I guess that's why I don't own Operator Country. A lot of these things could seem contradictory. I agree. It could be like they're trying to get benefits from it, but they're also suspicious of them. It could be that. Beijing has expanded the cyber collection of data related to the 2020 U.S. elections by carrying out opportunistic intrusions against the U.S. private sector entities in efforts to collect information on U.S. political candidates, campaigns, donors, and voter data. Iran. Iran is conducting an influence campaign to undermine the current president and U.S. democratic institutions and divide the country in advance of the 2020 elections. Tehran sees the current admission as promoting regime change in Iran, a view that increases Iranian leadership's interest in trying to prevent the president re-election. Iran's efforts probably will focus on online covert influence such as speeding disinformation on social media and regulating the anti-US content. Supreme Leader Khamenei probably has authorized the influence of campaign. These efforts focus largely on creating or amplifying social media content that criticizes the president, recirculating the existing news reports, memes, and hashtags focused on U.S. civil unrest, domestic protest for racial justice, mail-in voting, and the administration's handling of the C-19 pandemic. Over the past 2 years, social media companies have removed thousands of Iranian origin and authentic accounts, some links with Iranian governments, and have shared information critical to both current presidents and other presidential candidates that even impersonated a candidate in 2018. And Tehran also uses this accounts to accept influence of U.S. has audiences by promoting messages aligned with Iranian policies. Tehran's links some of these efforts. American film and television is your greatest export as far as I'm concerned. Maybe games too. I know got Richard Garriott over there. Yeah. Well, the media companies want to just make money, and they are exporting a lot with their information. So, yeah, American film and television, and people all over the world are able to see what we do that way. With entertainment or whatever. Iran could attempt to manipulate or attack election infrastructure as it has an election in Middle East, South Asia, but we do not have any information indicating that it intends to do so in the United States. It could also seek to collect publicly released damaging information. In January, Iranian contract cyber actors tried to compromise a server associated with U.S. business involved in election infrastructure. FBI worked with a company to remedy the problem. In June, Google announced Iranian cyberlink actors has unsuccessfully attempted to spear phish email accounts associated with the campaign staffers working with the U.S. president. Iran pursues such efforts in part to acquire the derogatory information it could release publicly, as well as information its broader aims to weakening the U.S., damaging its standing abroad. Passion says Richard Garriott, the creator of the Alitimia, shared his experience about going to space for a few days and completely changed my life. That is certainly a out of this world experience. He said after a while up there, he realized there's no portion of the Earth left that isn't inhabited or affected by humans. There are no frontiers left. He just saw evidence of us everywhere. Well, the internet's a frontier. Like, we're all on the wild west of the internet, so that's a frontier. But there are some little pockets that are not inhabited, that have not been. There's islands of people that have not been contacted by humans, and they're just still in their primitive stages. So there are little pockets left, I think, but most of the map has been filled in. And from what he can see, the frontiers are pretty much gone from his eye. A range of other foreign actors have expressed preferences for the outcome of the election. We have reported on a few that have either considered or taken steps to attempt to covertly influence the U.S. voters and presidential candidates or U.S. politics surrounding the election. For example, senior Turkish officials, including President er, um, Erdogan, believe that segments of the U.S. government have entrenched the anti-Turkey viewpoint. As a result, have sought to covertly influence the U.S. politicians and political candidates' thinking. Space is the final frontier. Pickard knows what's up, or a deep ocean, but we can't handle the pressure. Yeah, we will see below the oceans. And I believe there's UFOs and stuff down there, or something like that, and space too. And I believe we're going to see both in the future. Turkey and Akora's efforts have, over the past year, included the convert funding of U.S. Unipol election campaigns, unregistered lobbying efforts, and messaging on social media by state-owned outlets. Criminal or other non-straight groups also have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. Gaining access to election-related systems could allow to distribute the voting process, steal the sensitive data, or undermine confidence in election results. But we do not know whether any of them have specific plans to do so. Some incidents. Oh yeah, exactly, Grace. Because in Antarctica there are lots of things that either another world over there or there's aliens bases there. There's something out there. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I wonder what would be on them too. It's like it's it's basically underwater. There are bases because they see UFOs go down underwater and come up from the water. So that is something very fascinating to see and observe. Yeah, and so I definitely agree. I wonder that too. And results and don't know whether any of them in Antarctica, as I said, there's pyramids in Antarctica. There's all kinds of things there that we are not familiar with. In April, identified actors used ransomware to compromise the computers of Virginia County Administrator and voter register. Other foreign actors have preferences for the outcome of U.S. presidential elections in November 2020, and they may express their view in statements in press and diplomatic channels or privately. Probably will make only oblique or tempered public comments to avoid the appearance of trying to shape the outcome of the election. For example, German Chancellor Merkel almost certainly would prefer President Trump not win re-election because of personal conflicts. Hey, Jamie, welcome back. I missed you too. Good to see you. And Passion said that explorer's spirit our ancestors had. I wonder what's over there. It might be a dragon, and away we go. Yeah, it's very fast. Yes, Jamie, I've been following the Kirk case. Yes. And see, and between the two leaders and her participation, that the current administration's policies have complicated Germany's EU and NATO's geopolitical positions. And the public remarks in July, she implicitly criticized President's response to C-19 pandemic in June, and she cited that on 2020 election, the risk factor of EU during a private video call with European leaders. In mid 2019, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman expressed concern over Riyadh would lose U.S. support and the president were to lose election in 2020. I ignored the last day. They kept trying to keep the media out of focusing on us on Tyler Robinson's trial and all. But yeah, you see, Jamie, there is an incident that happened during the trial where the media was showing a note, and the defense got all whiny and were saying how, oh no, they're showing this picture of a note, and they're telling the cameras to not look at the notes, but they could listen to audio. It was just so stupid. It was definitely a shit show, indeed, Jamie. It was really cringe. It's a circus. I mean, it really is a circus. If they don't want us to watch the trial, then I'll just assume the client is guilty and accept I'll never see evidence of the contrary. Yeah, and also note our goat. Yeah. Yeah, so it's basically a big circus of a trial. It's you know it's just to see like what the truth actually is about something is very difficult to sometimes see, especially when they keep on censoring things. I just think it's completely ridiculous. Yeah, but we'll see more of the trial in August. It'll be coming up. Okay, and Jamie says, "I can promise you 100% Tyler wasn't on the roof." Okay, Jamie, why was he not on the roof? How do you know that? I mean, like from your knowledge or whatever, how like what doesn't make sense to you about him being on the roof? And private sector and open source reporting influence activities that the Chinese government has been engaging in at least some level of influence. Did anyone see his face? Well, according to the surveillance footage that we saw, his head is down and the face isn't really seen, but the silhouette of a face is kind of there that seems to match Tyler. But his face isn't like clearly on the camera like mine is right now. No. Right, and Beijing began to. And let's see, Passion said the video identification was kind of sketchy, and the message authenticity is weird to know. Only picture, no extraction. Why didn't my enemy celebrate show up? You're a good point, Passion. Yeah, it is a very sketchy thing. Yeah. I remember that they take a picture of a text messages rather than like showing you screenshots. The video is a relic. Why no picture of him shooting? Yeah, because that would be a something to see because with all the different security cameras around, you know, if there wasn't a security camera on the roof of him or wasn't a camera pointed at him, although it would be convenient for him to have that there, uh, it would be convenient for them to not have cameras pointed in that direction. But unless there wasn't a security camera pointed at him, it wouldn't be shown. Why no video of him shooting? If there was like a security footage on the roof pointed at him, there would have been video of him doing that. So either there is no security cameras on the roof or people pointing their cameras in his direction, unless they're supposed to be there and I'm missing something. They got him running down the roof. Right, right. I remember that. And he ditched his firearm. But yeah, I mean, it would be convenient if all the cameras weren't pointed his direction, where you don't really know. And that's true. Like you would have to have a video of him doing the shooting, like a video of it. And Duke said he had no face, like pointed at him. And something did occur, but it is true that there wasn't a seems to be no camera pointed at him directly at the time. Planning. Let's see. Passion said, "What a weird text message exchange. It conveniently proved premeditation and linked him to firearm everything. And also, I gotta say, it's strange to have a separate letter waiting under a keyboard." Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. So they're not going to show us the real footage. Duke said, "So Nick Shirley did shoot Charlie Kirk." Scared. Well, I think George and I would disagree with that, Duke. That Nick is innocent in this. And Beijing began taking unspecific steps around 2020 damage to U.S. president re-election campaign in response to U.S. pressure of China's technical sector. Planning to discuss among officials to respond to U.S. pressures for taking place increased frequency, and that the senior leaders expected China's semiconductor industry would continue to be damage of U.S. president were reelected. So, Jamie, I like seeing your thoughts about this. Thank you for telling us your thoughts on this because whatever the truth is the truth. That's what I want to know. If something and this whole Charlie Kirk assassination is very sketchy anyway. When it first happened, we were very skeptical about who really was behind it. Like before we knew about Tyler, we were like skeptical about it. Let's see. That redacted Chinese expected relief from sanctions if, as a result of their efforts, U.S. resolve weakened or a candidate from named U.S. political party were elected instead of president being reelected. Passion said, the chat during the Robinson hearing was constantly arguing about Candace fracking Owens, and I never heard of her, and I never want to hear about her again. Okay, Passion. I know about who that is, and I understand your position on that. He was a That chat was insane. That chat was a nut house. Jamie, that's good. You've been researching, and you know, and you know things from your life in general. And I, it's good that with seeing what's going on, because it's important to think differently and not always accept the status quo of what you're supposed to be, be told, and think outside the box, especially in these kind of situations. And 2020, they're recommended that China, it's biblical. Okay. There's definitely a lot of biblical things going on in general. 2020 recommended that China collected derogatory black materials on the U.S. president, redacted and redacted official with redacted recommended China sensationalize the appropriate time. Includes the overt, convert, influence activities of foreign governments and actors. Jamie, I was talking about in general, but I'm glad it is simple as a pimple. But you gotta remember, Jamie, sometimes when things are simple as a pimple, they make a lie so complex that they make the truth look like something out of the ordinary because they're good at being like liars are great magicians. So that's what my point is. And see, procedural purist, the archetype. Jamie, I admire the passion. It's good to be passionate about things. It's important. Includes avert and convert influence activities of foreign governments or actors serving as agents of on behalf of the foreign governments intended to affect directly or indirectly the U.S. election, including candidates, political parties, or voters of their preferences or political processes. And election interference is subsequent of election influence targeted at the technical aspects of the election, including voter registration and counting of ballots and reporting results. All right. So the NIOETASS that China intends at least indirectly affects the U.S. candidates' voter preferences and political processes, thus meeting the definition of election influence. The Chinese government had asked its mission in the U.S. to use Chinese groups and organizations to incite the protest the U.S. to damage the president's public standing and undermine his re-election chances. Condone the campaign and may have directed or conducted. We base assessments on the alignment of the content with Beijing overt messaging themes. It's strikingly similar to the themes and tactics of previous redacted Chinese influence campaigns that seek to blend their influence operations into broader public disclosure, the duration and frequency of the activity spanning several months, the rapidly which the network created in the videos. Passion says, I give no weight to the emotions or drama. Show me the indictments and show me the evidence. If the state can't pass here, raise his hand. The defendant walks. That's facts right there. Straight to the point. networks consistent and operated by inside China's Great Firewall. The U.S. and social media platform took down a separate cluster of unattributed pro-China accounts that the defendant range of Chinese interests, but which also included the accounts of posing Americans and posting some U.S. election focused content. The unidentified actors running these accounts created the four groups, one favoring the president, two favoring the opponents, and one primarily designed for the president. The accounts have since been shut down by others could easily take their place and could be difficult to detect. The IC assesses that since 2018, China has been researching methods and developing new tools for using online covert influences operations. The IC assesses that the 2018 China has been researching the methods and developing new tools for using online covert influences operations to sway prospective American audiences. Chinese planned a report on potential impacts of their covert influences in presidential election. Okay, let's go here. The NIO for cybersecurity and DETA assesses that China's leaders believe these activities could impact the election. In May, a newspaper owned the Chinese Communist Party claimed that the economy measures Beijing could take against the supporters of legislation lawsuits to seek compensate from, and Jeremy says the passion that he feels the same way, and support of legislation and lawsuits seeking comprehension from China over C-19, COVID-19 pandemic may affect the U.S. state of congressional races. First time an IC had observed Beijing issue of the public warning that suggests it's willing to impose economic costs that could affect U.S. elections, although in 2019 advised to gain leverage over U.S. policy by directing the unspecified resources political swing states. Help resolve a border dispute with India, Beijing's favor Chinese planned decimated on U.S. social media platforms. The NIO for cybersecurity director for election threat analysts assesses that Beijing has taken at least some low-level exploratory steps to try to undermine the president re-election chances by denigrating him and shaping voter perceptions. Had the election, their assessments identifies from IC's consensus judgments primarily in confidence levels and whether Beijing has deployed its influence efforts to try to affect the outcome of the presidential election. Passion says, I really dislike the tactics that subvert the true intent of the system, like prosecutors who stretch laws to snag people or defense lawyers who hinder the state out of desperation. She's meant to be wearing the blindfold to be completely impartial, not so you can play circus games in front of her. Yeah, so definitely is lots of evil running the world. Yeah, passion. A lot of times they're out for themselves, their own ego, or winning a case rather than having respect for the system. It's a really a cringe situation. They always do smoke and mirrors and a circus. They should have just joined a circus and been clowns in a circus if they wanted to, rather than what they're doing. Yeah, yeah, like a 1970s horror movie. Yeah. Scared. And soon we'll be wrapping up the stream too, and a little bit later we'll do the Garden Live. Yeah, it's been Garden's doing really well by the way. It's really hitting the time period. Yeah, passion in Florida is basically it's encouraged. Florida's trials are just sometimes are very disappointing or just real like comical. So yeah, definitely Florida encourages it. There is the Circus Soleil going on down there, the circus of circuses. And when I go to the circus, there's all kinds of you know acrobatics, and it's like that kind of circus, like a like not like the whole elephants and everything. Okay, Jamie says the waxing crescent moon. Yeah, exactly. The waxing crescent moon is an example of that. That didn't make any sense. The waxing crescent moon is what's going on tonight. A defense lawyer isn't allowed to mention how long the sentence will be for a lesser charge, so their only option is to hinder the state's attempts to stop them from reaching the verdict. Right now, I don't have any visual of the moon where I am at right now. The moon may have already set in my region. Passion said that's why Alicia Andrews' attorney was acting so shifty. This is from his recent interview. From the oh, okay. Yeah, Passion. It's a bunch of tricks and stuff. Yeah, he was very shifty in that interview. Yeah, he was out for himself. Well, where I am, it's clear. I think it's clear right now, but as far as I know, it's clear right now. But let's see. Well, it's cloudy where I am apparently, so I was wrong. That's funny. I really don't think it's cloudy, but we'll see. Okay, Duke, understood. Oh yeah, it definitely. I would think that it looked good. It would look good. Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, passion. It's just you could just tell that there's something off, and then they act all dodgy and strange, and just they're not really for. They're just they act like they're a bunch of secret agents, and they don't want the other person to know something else. Yeah, something. Yeah, it's a bunch of they make it into a giant soap opera. That's why they televise trials because they're so entertaining because it's like a circus rather than a trial. The Australian trials that I've seen seem more serious than the American trials. The American trials are like a TV show, okay? But I saw some of those Australian trials and they seem much more serious. Passion said, I think the prejudiced people against the fence because we can see them acting weird and dodgy, constantly objecting and throwing curveballs. Yeah, it'll create a stereotype. And if you have already prejudice against the defendant, the trial can't even be fair. A pro witness usually looks dopey, not all. Okay. Why not just let them fight for a lesser charge openly? Yeah, I know, and you have a lot of good ideas, passion that would I think completely reform the uh, system because the system has a lot of holes in it. So yeah, a lot of that is definitely a much better idea. Okay, so all right, Jamie says, I mean, ballistic and DNA state evidence witnesses. Okay, I see. Why not just like yeah, yeah? Because a lot of times, like a kangaroo court, I think is a term. It's just, and then you'll have the defense argue with the prosecution and vice versa. It's like all over the place. YSL was a circus. That was crazy. That trial was insane. So uh, someone was just like, we got to broadcast these trials so everyone can see this. Passion said Tyler was one up to six contributors to that DNA, though, is barely evidence. Yep, right. And then they'll a lot of times do things based on emotion. They want a jury to base things off emotion over logic. That's another problem. Fashion says, "Can we talk about the weird conversation, weird convenient friend who seems to be able to line up all the match matchsticks like Jade's best friend in the Blaze Taylor trial?" Sure. One of the three DNA, Lance, and someone else had the most DNA. And Passion said, "I got the intent right here. I got the connection and the pew pew you need to. I can also then identify the suspect. I mean, come on, yeah, yeah, yeah." There's times in a trial where you have that friend in some of these trials, and it just doesn't really add up. Like they could be involved in it somehow, but through various emotional things, they're found not guilty or found guilty. It's kind of crazy how it can work. Lance is a big part of his DNA, everything, the gun especially. All right, so here I am. Okay, let's see. Passion says, like the the Nijaya, oh, you don't have evidence of cocaine at the house. Well, I took this furniture and probably has cocaine on it. And oh, DNA is questionable. Well, that's okay. I got a message from. Okay, thank you, Passion. I got the intent right here. I got the concept of. Okay. Oh, DNA is questionable. Well, that's okay. I got a message from him explaining exactly where he left it. Yeah. A lot of times, there's these different holes in a narrative, like I was saying. Jamie says, I think that the most obvious conspiracy in history is the wife of the top brass, Tupucio, from military, VB, and state, and hospital, university, etc. Thank you for giving your thoughts on that, Jamie. Yeah, so definitely passion with different DNA evidence, and things may not really make any sense, but they're able to, with emotions, cause the jury to think a certain way, and that's what they basically do. And Passion says they did get a conviction in Blaze Taylor off of Najaya's testimony. It all comes down to a single witness credibility, Lance, on the stand under cross examination. Yeah, it takes one thing like that to completely derail a case in one direction or another. And if it could be wrong, you could articulate with artist speech something a certain way to make it look like something it isn't. So you never really know, were they being, tricked or not? It's up to interpretation. And it's like tipping the scales. And I just think that many were ignorant about justice and how it's supposed to be served, and the conduct of court and things like that. Also, so not and remember, jurors are just people from the street, from society coming in there making a decision. They're not people that would watch trials or know a lot about the court procedures. So getting random people from all over the place to decide your fate, it doesn't really look good on paper. Not always in practice either. Lance gets immunity in Zoom appearances with no direct from defense last week. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Spam a lot. Yeah, there you go. Spam a lot. Duke. I see you there. Lance looked doped in the zoo testimony. A lot of times they look like that. There's lots of witnesses that can look doped out for variety of different reasons. I agree, passion. Yeah, MK effing Ultra. Yep, and we talk about MK Ultra a lot here. Yeah, the definitely has an effect on a lot of people, including Charles Manson too. Yeah. Passion said, "State better bring him in person in the actual trial. We're not accepting a recorded deposition." I agree because, you know, that's a a thank you, Lori, for the jewels. Yeah, and you see, passion. It's extremely important to see that so many scared. A serious trial like this should not have any recorded depositions. They need to be right there in person, because it will not be accepted. Lori said, yeah, "I was thinking that's what that was. I was hoping it was a. I was thinking it was a cupcake, but or it was either a happy. Yeah, it says it right there. Happy poop for 10 jewels. Well, it must be unicorn poop. So that is hilarious. Yeah, I'm like, it's probably poop, but it could be a cupcake. But yeah, well, thank you. It's a magical unicorn. I love those jewels. They're very funny. Passion says, remember they used the deposition from half blind, half forgetful, half witnesses in the Rashawn Jones case because his health was too far gone to appear in person. Equals no cross examination. Uh huh. Yep. They're only eyewitnesses, and he saw lights that didn't exist and everything. Yeah. Yeah. And you can't cross examination, and it's like a convenient, manipulation tactic right there. Oh, it's okay. It reminds you of Chuck E. Cheese when you get or laser tag when you get like a little gift, a little like thing. That's what the new gift feature reminds you of. Oh, thank you for a flower, Lori. That certainly fragrance is filling up the chat with wonder. So Jamie says, "I want you to all get this. There is nothing more important than this case. It's our last chance of getting rid of evil." Yeah, absolutely. Having fun with it. Yes, the that is true. The war against evil is eternal. That's true. Passion said ambiguity it is. That's true. Shatney ate the nice flower after the dookie. Yeah, yeah, I know. It was a dookie moment, and then we're gonna get a nice flower. Oh, it's my pleasure, Jamie. It's glad to hear what you have to say. August 1st, Passion. I misspoke. Passion, correction. The It'll resume on September 1st, 2026. Not I got August and September mixed up. The full trial will the case to trial after hearing final oral arguments, which is scheduled to resume September 1st, 2026. Passion said that the Lindsay Clancy is the next trial headed our way. We want to make a custom thumbnail reviewers or whatever. Oh, thank you, Passion. Rounds. Well, that's awesome, chat. Awesome. All right, current case timeline. September 1st, 2026, the court resumes for both sides to deliver their final oral arguments based on written legal briefs. September 29, 2026, next scheduling and review hearing sent by the court. Well, we do, Lori, definitely. Expect the trial window. If the judge rules that the case should proceed, the trial legal experts anticipate that filing discovery motions to suppress and organize expert witnesses will take considerable time, meaning an actual trial might not begin for up to 2 years. An actual trial may not begin for up to 2 years. We'll see. This is crazy. 2 years. This is crazy, chat. Whatever. Well, that's very good, Jamie. It's very delicious. Well, I know, Pash. We will have to gladly replay that for you. My favorite trial to play. Facts. And it was really cool. Um, that's how it got to over at LC. Oh, hilarious, Lori. Hilarious. I said, I never watched The Office, but it's yeah, Office is very funny. Aaron loves that show. Passion said Johnny's lawyer was very impressive. She knew her case. I've seen people reacting. Highlights of it, goofy compilations. Yes, yeah. She was Vesquez was she was a genius. She was very good, right to the point. Gotta watch the original first with David Brennan. Ah, okay. The YouTubes have lots of funniness about him there. Definitely. Passion said Amber's lawyer made out to be a stumbling, clumsy fool for over an hour of clips. Gotta be prepared. That yeah, Amber's lawyer was hysterical, and the other dude, remember the big homie psychiatrist that they had in the stand was also a goof too. Pash says just like Judge Glanville says, proper preparation prevents poor performance. Yes. Or a little bit lower. Or I just and I think I have an aversion to the setting of the show from 10 years, very stressful job in an office. Oh, okay. Yeah, same reason you hate answering your phone. Okay, okay. I, I hear what you're saying. Good job. Good job. Good job. Well, Trump decided to do his speech when he did it, okay? Trump had his speech. Passion says it's relatable in the best ways to the office life. They never dwell on the relentless mediocrity of the office life. I recommend it. Yeah, it's very good. Jamie, she did poop in the bed. That's true. That's why she got the nickname Amber Turd. All right, I'm gonna really do this right now. Watch this. I have to. So yeah, she did, Jamie. I'll show y'all some scenes from the trial. That's what I do. Passion. He was an LC moderator for a bit, and he didn't really want to deal with it anymore. And uh, yeah, so he could have had more control over the chat, but he didn't really want it. I wouldn't want to. I have no idea what he was concerned about with our lovely trial chat, but yeah, he was there for a little bit. Yeah, I used to talk to him sometimes. Morgan Tremaine.
Looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just been
I just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You
Yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop me.
Fucking.
Please stop.
You're fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you to say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was
Please.
good enough.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Just calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
Your hands are hot. Please just calm.
No, you're in fucking hard. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Miss Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and, You can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
Sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
In
much
March of
always...
2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Wright?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident, that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. If we could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help, is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document, so if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Ms. Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU, is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And
publicly...
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. In this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms.
settlement,
Heard,
$7
that's not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to
question?
answer my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes. Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire house
Ms. Heard,
at one
respectfully,
time. You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a
obligations.
no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
You call him a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship, yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed-up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Miss Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point. When he would run away at the first sign of trouble, often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Miss Heard, the
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No.
Okay. And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to each together." And continuing on page 77, you write, "Not go to bed mad." And then you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please." Continuing on page 78. You write, "I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker." Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again.
He's not responding to you,
desperately
Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
"Please answer the phone," you say. "Doesn't this mean anything to you?" And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, "Please answer," over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You write, "Come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to each together." And continuing on page 77, you write, "Not go to bed mad." And then you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please." Continuing on page 78. You write, "I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker." Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again. I'm
He's not
trying
responding
desperately
to you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
"Please answer the phone," you say. "Doesn't this mean anything to you?" And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, "Please answer," over and over again. Right?
It was very important to me. I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Ms. Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd be
I'm going to
more
move to
under the
strike
influence.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Ms. Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Okay, so that was a scene from the Depp trial, and we will play more of them over time. Okay, now this stream will be over with now, and we'll be doing the Garden Live later on. It's a very nice stream with all of you. We had a very fun time. Take care.